So in a moment, we're going to connect ourselves to the end of this cup so we can remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe and open up the opposite side. So now we'll attach an additional transfer rod. The pipe we're removing ourselves from was a blowpipe, which means we were able to like blow that balloon shape up. And now we're putting ourselves on a transfer rod. It is a solid steel pipe, and it'll just stabilize it. It'll just allow us to be able to work the glass, but we can't blow into it through that pipe anymore. So now there's a really, really tiny access point that allows a lot of air to get through a small space. And he's gonna open up that little access point. We're making the cup tops that are there on the table, the podium. So I'll give you guys a bit of an overview of the machines and the ovens in just a moment. I'm just allowing some time for more guests to come in and hang out with us here in the hot shop. But today we are making the goblets that are on the podium there for our annual Red Hot Gala. Can we please see some past decanters and goblets from our annual Red Hot Gala? This gala raises about 50% of the museum's operating funds. It's in September 21st this year. It's a beautiful night out in Glass, and if you guys are locals, you're more than welcome to purchase a ticket and come and have dinner and drinks and hang out and potentially acquire some beautiful handmade glass art. So we'll knock it off, and then we're gonna place it into the garage where we items are held to be reworked into the process. We have to make a few of these, like maybe 5 or 6, and then we'll actually put the stems on them and the foot. It's a 2-part process. When you get a moment, if we could please see the goblet diagram, that would be awesome. Anytime would be great. Just pop it up. So as you see here, Sarah has started by picking up a color cup. It looks orange because it's hot. Going in and out of that reheating chamber, it's about 2,300 degrees of heat, and it only reheats the glass. And then from there, they'll start to blow into the end of that hollow steel pipe to be able to grow the bubble, the color cup. The color cups are here, and then they're blown out a bit thinner so they're not as dense in color. These are the color cups that we pick up out of a box. They do it so fast you can't see them doing it. After we pick them up, we'll blow it out, and then we shape it to our desired liking. We shape and we blow. We shape and we blow. So you'll see we're still connected to the blowpipe. So as we blow into the end of that pipe, he'll take his jacks, and the jacks are a great tool. They're 2 inverted blades, and they're a great tool for carving. And so as he glides, everything we do is in a 360. So as he rotates, we'll do a full 360 and guide the glass and guide that air with the jacks. So you'll see he'll line up with the pipe and rotate. We've already carved in a jack line, which is just a line that creates a weak space to be able to indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And we want this space to be weak. It looks like right there's like a low point between the bubble and the end of that stainless steel rod. And we want this jack line because later in the process, we need to be able to remove ourselves so we can work on the opposite side. Everything we do in the initial steps is dedicated to cleaning up the bottom before we work on the top because we want to be connected to the blowpipe while we shape the bottom, because as the air seeps out, we need to be able to reinforce the air and reinforce the shape and let that glass cool down to where it holds a solid foundation and a solid shape. We're making goblets today. Right now, we're only making the top portion of the goblet. And then in a moment, after we have enough of these stocked up inside of the garage, we will make the stems and the foot and connect them, and we'll just continue to pump them out. We want to have the top made because it takes time, it takes attention, and so that part is a little bit more delicate than the second part. And so we work on the tops before we work on the bottom. Right now we have placed on this avolio. The avolio is a space between the stem and the goblet cup. It's just a clear piece of glass. As you can see, they'll dip into that furnace to gather glass. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. And in just a moment, we'll go over all the ovens and all the chambers. So now that we removed ourselves from the initial blowpipe, he'll go in and he'll make sure that he's properly aligned on that pipe. So you'll see that he's pulling it up just because gravity wants to pull it down because it's hot and it's heavy. We're going to clean up the top and then we're going to box it. So the garage is where items are held at a steady temperature to be able to be reworked into the process. And so we just have to allow for the items to go into the garage before we are able to create the stems and then glue it all together with hot glass. Yeah, so every year we make goblets and decanters, and they are the centerpieces for our annual Red Hot Gala. Can we please see some past goblet and decanters? So our Red Hot Gala raises about 50% of our operating funds. It's a really fun night here at the museum. It'll be September 21st, so if you're interested in coming to celebrate glass art with us, you're more than welcome to come and purchase your tickets online and come to the museum. So these will be our centerpieces on the table. Those are available for purchase also that evening. And then there's a really awesome silent auction. There's a live auction, and there's a live demonstration here at the museum. And so these are our past year's decanter and goblet. And they're not sold together. They're just paired together because they look great together. So you have the option of acquiring the goblets or the decanter or both of the items. So I'll give you guys an overview of what's happening here in the hot shop. Everything that we do starts in our furnaces. Our furnaces are the large ceramic tanks. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. The reason why they run 24 hours a day and 7 days a week is because glass shrinks. When it cools down, it shrinks. And so we don't want it to compromise the integrity of that bowl inside of the furnace. And so it's better for us to leave it on and to leave it running, and it actually is a bit more cost effective also. And so that is why it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then after we dip into the furnace, you'll see that the glass looks orange, but it's just clear. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity as well. So when you rotate that stainless steel pipe, it will adhere to itself. And then we'll blow into the end of that pipe, and it'll create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon, which will allow us to create hollow things in glass. And then we'll go to the bench and we'll shape the glass. And then from there, as we start to touch the glass to different surfaces and with different materials, we have to rework the heat into the glass. And so we'll go into the glory hole, which is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to only reheat the glass. And it's kept at about 2,300 degrees. This hollow fire brick barrel is able to withstand those high temperatures. And that is why you'll see that we'll go from the table to the reheating chamber, the table to the reheating chamber, because we have to keep the glass very, very hot in order for us to be able to properly shape it. So we have to work fast, because the minute you come out of that reheating chamber, it starts to cool down rapidly. So, my name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask questions, and I'll be happy to answer your question. The glass looks like it's orange, but it's not orange. We used a color overlay technique to be able to apply color to a clear bubble. We then made a tube, and with that tube, we then cut the tube in sections, which creates these little color cups. They're supios. The other term is supios, but these little color cups are then picked up. So we've picked up a little color cup, which is at the end of this blowpipe there. In order for the glass to get color, we have to perform different color application process. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Sometimes when the glass has different impurities in it, like strings of glass, we'll start over. And so in this case, we're going to start over. And so after all that hard work, it's okay to start over. Put a lot of energy into a piece, and then if it doesn't come out to your liking, you just do it again. And so you'll be able to see the start of the process. And the start of the process starts by dipping into the reheating chamber. And so Sarah's going to blow into the end of that pipe. She's going to break the bubble open. This will create a collar, like a disc. And so it'll be a nice disc of glass, which gives us an access point. So the reason why we blow through the clear glass is so we have access to the cup. I don't know where she keeps picking these cups up from, but we're going to find out. So this disc here will then go into the garage where we have the glass parked. The little color cups are coming up to temperature, and as they're doing that, she'll take one out of the garage. The garage is where items are held at a high temperature, hot enough to like hug them, but not high enough in heat to melt them. And so she'll go into the garage, she'll pick up a cup. You'll see that she's gonna come out with the cup. It's gonna look a little dark, and then it'll start to get really orange. That's because we're going to take it to the reheating chamber and bring it up to those super high temperatures. The garage, it rests at about 18 to 1100 degrees, and so that means that it's not nearly as hot as our reheating chambers. So she took it from the right side to the left side, get it nice and warm, and then straight into the reheating chamber to bring it up super duper high in heat. This is not how we typically start the process. But the reason why we have the top in little cups and the bottom in little cups is because we want there to be a uniform color in both. And so we'll create little cups of color, and that'll have a really nice uniform color because they came from the same tube. And so we'll be able to make the stem when we get to that point. We'll be able to make the stem blow on the little color cup of blue and blow out the little color cup of blue at the top to make the cup. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So if you look up at the big screen, we have if it's illustrated, you'll have the bowl, the volio, the optic ball, another disc, a stem, and a foot. The Hot Shop team has decided to have a stem and an avolio and a bowl and a foot. And so goblet making is a very ancient technique, and it's a very delicate process. To be able to have the hands create such a thin and fragile item, it's not easy at all. It's definitely a master's type technique to master and to continue to make and to actually produce a goblet that is stacked, leaning, like very upstanding, without any wobbles, is not a very easy thing to do. And so to be able to watch this process, it's a really special process that we don't do all the time. Thank you. Oh, with the illustrations down, which is great. And so now, in a moment, we'll start again, blowing it out, stretching it out. Do you guys have any questions at all? So now we're going to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe so we can work on the opposite side of the piece and clean up the top. This will give us an access point, which will function as the lip portion here, which opens up the bubble. So we'll use our tweezers and slowly tweeze out the top portion just to elongate it, and then we'll go in with our shears and cut it. We're just cleaning the top and then we're gonna cut it so we can open it so we can drink from it. It'll make a hole. Yeah, it'll open it up. He opened up the top, and as he opened up the top, he'll just go in with those jacks and continue to rotate and clean up those walls. So he uses his tools. So after we make this top, the goblets are designed for our annual Red Hot Gala. Can we please see some of our past decanter and goblet sets? All of the cup tops will be parked here in the garage, where they'll be held at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. So to start the process of the stem, we'll dip into the furnace here. That glass has a certain level of viscosity in it. So when we rotate, it'll adhere to itself. Then we're gonna go over to this bowl of frit. The bowl of frit is that really pretty golden color. So as we dip into this crushed glass, it'll add color to the surface of the glass. It now will become golden and not clear because we added to the surface. We're gonna go into that reheating chamber there. The reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees, 2,300 degrees. And so it melts that frit into the surface. And then when he's ready, he's going to get it nice and hot, and he's going to blow into the the pipe. We are now working on the stem portion of the goblets. The stem will be created. We're going to blow the foot on. A hollow foot will allow us to have a thin wall of glass, which functions as the bottom. And then we're going to glue on the top. We made a bunch of cups, and we're going to add the cup after we're done creating the stem. So he'll get it nice and hot, and he'll quickly dip it into that optic mold that's on the left side of the reheating chamber, and it'll give us those low and high points, which kind of look like a Ruffles chip ridges. And that is how we will chill those the texture into the surface. And so glass has memory, and so when you dip it into the optic mold, it'll freeze the surface into low and high points. We'll get it nice and hot, super duper spicy, and dip it into the optic mold. Into the optic mold, low and high points, blow into it. As we reinforce the air, it'll fill that mold, and then he'll go to the bench to shape that beautiful tapered. He'll do a nice bubble, nice and voluminous at the top, and then he'll taper it down. Those diamond shears provide a 360 grip and a 360 cut. So in one snip, we'll have a fully tapered cut instead of using shears that give us an angled cut. We'll blow into it. And it got a little too hot, so we're going to start all over. All of the glass in the furnace is clear, and so we add color to the glass. And for the stem specifically, we'll dip it into that little bowl of frit there. So as he's blowing, he's shaping and he's carving into the glass with those jacks. And the carving will create a shape, which will be a functional way of design. Over here on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah is creating a bubble, and that bubble will function as a foot. So now she'll bring over that blown bubble. We'll lay it on top of the stem. Well, this is actually the bottom of the stem. Snip it. We'll go into the reheating chamber. And then we're going to carve into this glass. The carving will create a weak space. We'll knock off the extra part of the bubble, which will create an opening. Then we'll turn it into a disc. If you don't pay attention, you'll miss it. It happens very fast. So now we'll remove ourselves from the blowpipe. So we're going to attach a transfer rod, and then we're going to pinch ourselves from this initial piece of glass. We're going to change the access point. We're going to take the cup out of the parked garage. The garage is where pieces are held to where they're hot enough to be stabilized, but the temperatures are not high enough to melt the glass. So we'll take the cup out of the garage. We're going to bring it over when we're done cleaning up the stem, and we're going to place the cup on top of the stem, and that is how the goblets are made. We're going to get it nice and hot, prepare it to be attached to the cup. We're going to give it a little flash on the stem with the fluffy torch. And what this will do is it will reduce the oxygen in the environment. And when you reduce colors, it brings its true colors from the minerals that it is made of to the surface. It'll look iridescent, but those blues and silvers and golds are the true minerals that the colors are really made from. So we give it a little flash, give it a reduce, and then we're going to have to put it in an environment where it'll slowly cool down to prevent thermal shock. And so we'll place it in the annealing oven. We're going to put a little bit of water on that connection bit, and then we're going to knock the pipe, and the vibrations will help us release ourselves. Let's give them a big round of applause. And so it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll be safe and held and then cooled down overnight. These goblets are being made for our annual Red Hot Gala. And for those that are just joining us, can we see some of the previous year's Red Hot? Oh, we can't see them right at this moment. But anywho, Red Hot is our annual gala that produces about 50% of our operating funds here at the Museum of Glass. And so the centerpieces are 2 goblets and 1 decanter. They're not sold together, but they can be acquired together. So you can either have either or piece. If you would like to come to the gala, you're more than welcome to purchase tickets online. For those of you who just joined us, I will give you the basic overview of the process. And so it all starts within our furnace here. Our furnace are the large ceramic tanks with the black doors on them. The glass is clear, but the glass gets color by color application process. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. And so then we'll work in and out of the reheating chambers. These chambers are lined with hollow fire bricks. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. You'll see we're dipping into that bowl of glass, and that is how we will pick up frit, and then we'll go into the reheating chamber to melt it down to the surface of the clear glass. It'll give us this really beautiful gold finish. Welcome to the hot shop. We are making the goblets that are here on the podium. Right now we're working on the stem. I'm going to tell you what she's doing. So right now Sarah has picked up a little cup of color. This little cup of color was created by the color overlay process, which is known as putting a little drop of color over a clear bubble, and then we created a tube, and then after we created that tube, we cut it up. And that allows us to have the top portion be uniform with the bottom portion. And so after we pick up these cups of color, we blow them out to create the shape we want. The color overlay process is just one way to apply color to the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit about how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So Sarah's preparing a bubble that has been, she picked up a little color cup, and then we're gonna lay it over the stem here, which is the bottom portion. This is a really cool process because you would have never known it was made this way unless you were here to watch. So we'll blow it out just a little bit as he rotates the pipe there. We'll snip it, go back into the reheating chamber to get it nice and hot, and then we're gonna carve into it. When we carve into it, we'll remove the extra glass, which will create a hole, an access point, and then we're gonna flatten it into a disc. So right now he's carving with his jacks. The jacks are two large inverted blades. Look up at the big screen. We'll tap it and remove the extra glass. So now we have an opening that will go in and flare our hand up. And as we flare our hand, it'll spin it out, which will create a disc that functions as the foot. Can we please see the illustration of the goblet? The goblets created for this year's Red Hot Gala will have a stem and a folio, a bowl, and a foot. Goblets are really hard to make, and so this is a really cool, beautiful process to be able to watch, because to have handmade goblets that are stacked very linear is not easy to do. So you have to master the skill set to be able to demonstrate it, to be able to make things like this for really awesome galas like our Red Hot Gala. Thank you. pulls it out, gets it hot, holds onto it, and rotates the pipe. So now we're going to remove ourselves from the initial pipe so we can access the opposite side. So we're going to turn the stem right side up so we're able to add the cup to the top of the stem. So now Sarah's attached to the bottom. We're going to remove ourselves. The reason why the cone is in this design is because we just wanted to pay homage to old Tacoma. And so when the driftwood would come down the waterway, there was wigwam burners that would burn off the wood. And so this is what the cones would look like that were down here once upon a time. So when we revitalize the waterway, this shape is in homage to old Tacoma. Get it nice and hot. He'll bring the top over. Don't look away, you might miss it. We'll remove ourselves by tapping the pipe. The vibrations will set us free. And that is how the goblet is stacked. We're gonna flash it, give it a nice body heat, and then we will flash the stem. The stem has properties that allow it to reduce itself. And what that means is when we reduce the oxygen in the environment, it'll bring the minerals to the surface. The minerals are made from things like gold and silver and cobalt, so it'll give us a it'll give us an iridescent finish. I almost said fluorescent, not right. Give it a nice flash. Because this is a reducing color, you'll see when it holds the heat, it looks like a silver shiny, kind of like at the surface. But then when it cools down, you'll be able to still see that reduction that was applied. So now Sarah will get under it with the tongs, and then we have to place it into the oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. We have to put it into an oven, the annealing oven, so it doesn't, we can't just leave it out because then it will have thermal shock. We'll put a little bit of water on the back of that connection pipe. We'll tap the pipe, and let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And that is how a handmade goblet is made. And so if you're interested in hanging out with us for our annual Red Hot Gala, these goblets will be available for purchase. Let's give Sarah one big round of applause for getting that piece boxed up. Woohoo! We will do it again in just a moment. We'll do it all again. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Whenever you see a goblet that's probably produced like for a store, it's handmade. Now, the ones that are made, let's say like a wine glass, potentially from a different country, It could have been done in a mold. I don't know. I'd have to see the process, but potentially. Uh, yes, yes, it's possible. And so what happens is it probably would have like more of an egg shape, and then they'll clean off the top because it has to. I don't know, so I can't answer 100%. But when things are mass produced, there's mold involved. And so that's why there's no distinction in the connection. There's distinction in connections points here. You'll have to be able to look at it to say this is how it was made. Does anybody else have any questions? Yeah? Yeah, there's texture on the surface. And there's texture on the surface because what we did was we dipped it into a mold, an optic mold. And so what that means is this mold freezes. Well, this one doesn't have a bottom. So this mold will freeze the texture, and glass has memory. And so it remembers that you froze it, and so it won't remove itself. The texture won't release itself because we don't get it hot enough. And then he's able to twist it because when he gets it hot, he'll hold it with the scissors and he'll rotate the pipe, which will then interfere with the process of how it moves because he's stabilizing it and he's rotating the pipe. So he's restricting the movement at the tip of the glass and he's twisting it. And that's how you get those, I like to call them ruffle ridges. It's like ridges of a chip. So everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank here. If you look up at the big screen, you'll see that it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. The furnace rests at 2,100 degrees. And depending on how much we produce, the more we take that glass out, it doesn't just magically reappear to that 1,000 pound mark. We have a hot shop technician who charges the furnace. Charging the furnace means we refill the furnace with glass. And so the glass comes from the Carolinas, and we buy it, and then we refill it here at the museum in the furnaces. So can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So after we dip into the furnace, we'll then be able to blow into the end of the tube there. We can add color to the glass by using chopped glass. We call it frit. Or we can do a color overlay, which means we use solid glass and we lay it over a clear bubble, which will give us a solid finish. But back to the frit, because the stem's made from frit. If we could see the frit diagram, that'd be awesome. And so what we do is we dip the hot glass into the bowl of frit, we melt it down, and it'll give us the final texture similar to the one here on the big screen. Thank you. The reason why we go in and out of the reheating chamber, which is the glory hole here, is to keep the glass hot and to keep it malleable. The glory hole rests at about 2300 degrees and it keeps the glass hot. So now that we took the cup out of the garage, we're able to place it on top of the stem, which will complete the stacking of the goblet. It is so hard to stack a goblet and make it stand perfectly straight up. And so you're watching a really cool technique. It really takes a master's hand to be able to stack a goblet straight up and down. And so you're able to see a really unique process be performed. Handmade goblets are a technique that go back ages and ages and ages. And so to be able to see it done so effortlessly really shows how skilled the hot shop artists in the museum are. So now we'll give it the body of the piece a flash. We'll put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe, which will help release us. We'll tap the pipe, which will release us onto the tongue. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Woohoo! We'll put it into the annealing oven. It cannot sit in the natural environment to cool down because there's thermal shock. And so the way that the items got colored today was by color overlay. So what we had to do was we had to make a tube, and we had to cut the tube down, and then we had to pick up the tube pieces to be able to reincorporate the color into the process. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn about how these goblets got colored today?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We're still working. We're just taking a little break because we just finished your goblet. So give them just, a minute to get some water, and then we'll start it all again. And when we start, I'll narrate the whole process for you. You guys having a great day today? Great. So everything that we do here to start the process typically starts in the furnace, but we have to pick up these little color cups. So it starts a little bit different. So we have to pick up these little color cups, which will allow us to be able to blow out the top here. It'll stretch the color out. And we're gonna just make some cups. We have to make the tops of the goblets before we make the bottoms, which are the stems. So at the end of this, the pole there, the blowpipe, we've picked up a color cup, and we're gonna clean it up and blow it out and shape it. The reason why we're making goblets is because we are creating, we're creating goblets and decanters for our annual Red Hot Gala. These are the centerpieces for the tables at the gala. Can we please see some of our past Red Hot goblets and decanters? So as we blow into the end of the pipe there, we'll start to edit the glass. We'll carve into the glass, which will help us be able to edit some pieces off of the glass, which is excess material, clean up the bottom. We'll blow into the end of the pipe, which will create, which will help enlarge the bubble to make the bubble larger. So we'll go in with our jacks now, and we'll carve into the glass. As he's carving into the jack line into the glass, he's creating a weak point. We'll reference this weak space when we need to remove ourselves and work on the other side of the piece. We are connected to the blowpipe, which allows us to shape the glass and reinforce the air. As we shape the glass, the air will seep out. So we have to clean up the bottom and then we'll work on the top. After we clean up the bottom first, so we always are working upside down before we turn ourselves right side up. Majority of the time, but not all the time. So now we've changed the access point, which will allow us to be able to open up the mouth of the glass and trim it, which will create it'll create an opening to that hollowed out space. So this is how we actually make the cup functional, by opening up the mouth. He uses the tweezers to be able to elongate that top portion, and then we'll go in with some shears and cut it. There is a void there, and he'll get it nice and hot. He'll go in with some carving tools to open up the lip, just to give it a nice, well-rounded opening, similar to the ones on the podium. So when we make the cup tops, we have to put them into the garage here where they will rest until we're able to rework them into the process. It's wise for us to make a good amount of tops because it's easy for us to do the stem. It's not easy, I take that back. It's quicker for us to do the stems and the foot and then place the cup top on. None of this is easy. We are making some top portions of the goblets here, which are being designed or created for as centerpieces as our annual Red Hot Gala. We make the tops and then we'll put them into the garage there. So we'll park them there and then we'll reincorporate them in the process at a later point in time. We have to kind of collect our tops, which are was just portion of the goblets. We have to collect our goblet tops before we make the bottom and connect the two. And that's because it's a bit faster to have a collection of tops and then to whip out the stems and then place them on top. Can we please see some past decanters and goblets? Our annual Red Hot Gala is September 21st, and if you would like to come and hang out with us here at the museum, you're welcome to purchase a ticket, have dinner, attend the live auction, attend the silent auction, and then the live demonstration as well. You can learn more about the annual Red Hot Gala at museumofglass.org and how to purchase tickets. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. We are making goblets for our annual Red Hot Gala. Can we please see some past goblets and decanters? So now we'll go in and we've gathered some clear glass. We've dipped it into that silver bowl, which contains frit. The frit will then add color to the surface. When it cools down, it'll look like this really beautiful gold color here. And so we're going to start the stem. The stem is designed, and then we'll blow on a foot, which is an additional bubble. The additional bubble will be created by Sarah on the right side of the hot shop. In the middle bench, Gabe is going to create the stem. The frit that he dips the hot glass into is this really pretty color here. It looks a little gold. It's just chopped glass. And then when we heat it up inside of the reheating chamber, the reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees, and it'll melt it into the surface of the clear glass that we gathered from the furnace. We'll blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a hollow shape like a bubble. And then we'll place it into an optic mold, which will help create the texture. It'll change the texture of the smooth glass, and it'll create low and high points like ridges, kind of like a Ruffles chip. So now that we've created the stem portion, Sarah is getting ready a bubble. The bubble is really cool because it acts as a foot. The bubble is added to the bottom of the stem, and then we're going to edit that bubble and remove some excess glass. And when we remove the excess glass, it'll have an opening, and we're going to spin it out and turn it into a disc, which functions as a foot. So now, as we blew that bubble onto the end of the stem, we're going to clean. Oh, we're opening it up now, turning it into a disc. After we're done with this goblet, we will have to take a lunch break, and then we will come back in 1 hour or so. It'll be visual on the boards in the grand hall. It'll tell you what time we come back after lunch. But hang out with us and watch this goblet be created. And then when we're done with this goblet, we'll take a break because we've been doing it all morning and we're getting kind of hungry. And so now we're going to connect an additional rod to the bottom of this goblet stem, which will allow us to be able to access the other side, which will give us room to place the cup on top of the stem. Everything that we do is typically upside down before we change the access to right side up. And that's because we need access to the blowpipe. And that is how you stack a goblet piece by piece to get it to stand up properly. And so the magic behind this cup is that, or this goblet, is that it takes 3 people to stack something so elegantly. It's a lot of work and it's really hard. And so this process is a very ancient process. The goblets have always been designed with a lot of attention to detail. They have to be very thin. They have to be stacked very linear. They have to be dainty, light in form, beautiful in design. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of thought that goes into just making one. And as you see, it takes 3 people to get such a fine finish. Handmade goblets are a master's skill set. And so what you're looking at is a lot of attention and very fast movements and precise movements to create one of these beautiful, unique, one-of-a-kind goblets. And so now we're going to give it a little bit of flash on the stem. We gave it a little flash on the back. And so in order for it to have that really cool iridescent finish, the iridescence, that's the only term I can use to translate how we are oxidizing the surface. And so what that means is we're reducing how much oxygen which is within the environment of that flame to bring the true minerals to the surface. So the true silvers, golds, and cobalts will come to the surface, and it'll give you that beautiful iridescent skin. Really get into it. Really get into it. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe. Sarah will capture it with the tongs, and then we'll take it to the annealing oven. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. Woo! We are now going to take a lunch break. We will come back in about, it'll be written on the big screen what time we'll come back from lunch. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us in the hot shop. We'll see you guys again soon.
All right, so welcome into the hot shop, everyone who just or recently joined. Today we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So all these guys work here pretty much full time down on the hot shop floor. They make a variety of items for the Museum of Glass store. They work on commission pieces. They help visiting artists that come through. They take on many roles. It just depends on the day. And today they are actually making some goblets, which you can see right up on this front pedestal. And these are for the upcoming Red Hot auction that we have once a year in the fall. So that is what they're doing today, is creating probably as many as they can in this one day of these goblets. We need a large number of them for that auction. And along with these goblets, they have also been creating these bottles, which are super cute. I'll ask if I can bring one out later on for you guys, but they're these little amber yellow colored bottles with daisies etched into the side of them. They're really cute. And I'll just kind of walk through the process of what they're doing while they're doing it. Before I do that, I think I'll give a little overview of the hot shop just in case you guys haven't been in one before. So first off, when we start off any project in the hot shop, you'll see us use these large tanks with the closed doors. This is our glass furnace. And it looks like this is the one we're going to be using today. But these hold 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays at that temperature 24/7. It's always going to be ready for us to use. And these other furnaces, these ones with the open faces, these ones are for reheating the glass. So they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little bit warmer. And you'll see us put the end of our pipe inside of these furnaces, basically just to heat the glass up again, make it malleable. And how long we do that depends on the thickness of the glass, of course, and what we're trying to do. We mostly just watch for movement, and that tells us how malleable the glass is in that moment. And that's just a very kind of brief overview of the hot shop. We're going to be using those furnaces pretty frequently. And if you guys have any questions at all throughout the entire process, feel free to ask away. It could be questions about upcoming events. Could be questions about the artists themselves, who have about 20, 30 years of glass blowing experience, by the way. And it could be questions about the glass. Now, I'm kind of happy we have these little pieces out. These are really good examples of what we're working with right at this moment. This is a little cup of colored glass that we have basically attached to the end of our pipe right here. And we're going to blow out this individual cup into, this time, probably the bowl portion of our goblet, this top drinking portion. And we have two different sizes of those little color cups. The smaller ones are going to be used for the feet later on in the process as well. And this was done earlier on, making these cups. And now that they have those cups made, they could simply use them over and over again until we don't have any more cups left. So they did some prep work the other day. So we've just sat down at the center bench. We're going in with our first tool. This is a pair of diamond shears. They're called diamond shears because they create a diamond shape when the blades come together, basically this square opening. And this allows us to hold onto the glass. We can use it to stretch the rest of the glass, or we can actually cut pieces off like we've been doing. Is something I always like to mention when they're making goblets is that these are, I've been told, the most technically challenging thing that you can make out of glass. There's just so many small components coming together to create a single goblet. For the example, the stem itself is actually a blown glass bubble as well. And then this foot is actually blown and then opened up into a disc, almost like making a plate. And then, of course, the bowl. There's just so many components that come together. It's really impressive to watch. So now we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're actually staying on the side of the bubble now as somebody blows into the end of the pipe. So this is just forcing the bubble to conform or stay at that angle or shape. So when we make cylinders, we keep the jacks just perfectly straight on the side of the bubble. And next we've brought over just one really small bit of clear glass. We've attached it to the bottom. And we'll bring over one more as well. But these two little bits of clear glass that we're adding, these are creating something called the ovolio, which I'll just point out real quick is this connecting area in between the stem and the bowl. And by the way, if you guys are ever curious, I can walk around with an example for you guys, and you guys can see it a little bit closer up. Just raise your hand and let me know, and I can do that for you. So I just got a good question that I think other people might be curious about as well, and that is the color of the glass. So these pieces you're seeing on the front pedestals, these are the final colors of the piece. That's how it's going to turn out. When we're working with glass in the hot shop, it is so hot that it's creating its own light as well as heat, kind of like lava. So it's glowing orange because it's so hot, and it's basically a molten solid, or like it's a liquid at this point. Kind of a taffy or putty texture, to be realistic. But yeah, the glass will glow orange when we're working with it, and then as it cools down, it goes towards its original color. And next we've brought over a pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. This is being attached right on the end of that bit of clear we made. And this allows us to break the piece off of its original pipe. I know that was a really quick move, but just to break it down a little bit, we've attached a second pipe so that we can get access to the other side, basically. And to break the piece off, all we had to do was squeeze really hard at that connection point, and that created a little bit of shock, which broke the piece off. So when we went into the furnace this time, you could see we focused a lot of heat just around the opening of the glass, right where we broke it off from that original pipe. And we went in with a pair of tweezers, and we were more so pulling than we were pinching, but we're trying to stretch this area of the glass out. This area where we break the piece off of the pipe tends to be pretty thick, and that break isn't always perfectly even. So we will trim off some excess glass before moving on with a pair of shears. And of course, every now and then, Gabe is going in with these calipers, just double checking the measurements. We're trying to hit at least around the same size for each of these goblets. They are all going to turn out just slightly different from each other because they are handmade, but that's what makes them unique and kind of sought after. Yeah, the process for each piece of glass is very different, and by that I mean different pieces. These goblets are relatively small, they have very thin walls, and we will blow out the top section and the, actually, two other sections at this stage as well. We'll blow out the stem and then the foot. And when it comes to making goblets, we actually make these pieces completely separately and then bring them together again later on. And so we're probably going to be using this box right here a lot today. This is called the garage. And this stays right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just keeping the glass warm. If we have it above that temperature, the glass will start to move and change shape and melt. But if we have it below that temperature, then it can actually crack or break from thermal shock, cooling too quickly. So we just keep it warm inside of that box, and then we will attach our different pieces together. And sometimes when we're making goblets as well, we'll make multiple of the same thing in a row. So for example, we can make multiple of these bowls, and then we'll set them aside, and then we'll make multiple stems and assemble them all together one by one. And this is just to kind of get into a nice rhythm and flow instead of trying to switch back and forth every time. And it's so that they have multiple bowls, so if one of the bowls breaks, they could just pull out another one. I know some of you guys might be curious about this torch, or the torches in general. I haven't mentioned them yet. But this smaller handheld torch is something that I don't even personally see very often in the hot shop, but it probably gets right up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just like some other smaller torches I see. You can tell it's hot just by that bright blue flame that comes out. It's really small, but it's really powerful, so it heats up small areas very, very quickly. It's really helpful for detailed work when we're working with such small pieces of glass. And then this larger fluffy flame, we'll use it to heat up more of a general area on the glass, just to even heat out or to keep one area warmer than the other. And by the way, we've just broken this piece off onto a heated fork, and this is being carried over to the garage, just as I was explaining earlier, to stay warm while we continue to work with other pieces of glass. So this is just being set inside of there. There's nothing too crazy going on in that box. We're just making sure that it stays upright when we're setting it down. So at the center bench here, we are working with a little bit of clear molten glass on the end of our pipe. So you saw us go into that clear glass furnace and get a little bit of that fresh hot glass on the end of our pipe. And now we're actually rolling this in a bowl of frit. And this is something I don't get to talk about very often. We usually use other methods of coloring our glass, but frit is these shards of colored glass, like I have in this bucket here. And it will stick to the outside of the clear molten glass and just create a layer of color. And this color that we're using specifically is a really interesting color. If we apply a certain flame to it, it's going to change to this sort of metallic-y sheen on the surface of the glass. It kind of brings the metals to the surface of the glass, literally, when we use that flame. So that's what we're going to be using to create the stem for our piece. And then over on that right bench, Sarah is working with, yet again, a little bit of this blue glass. And this is going to be blown out into the foot. Once again, it's kind of like this little disc that we create on the bottom of the stem. So we're working on both of those at the same time. I think mostly just to be efficient with our time. Usually we'll just work on the stem first and then work on the foot, but we're just working pretty rapidly. So at the center bench, I know I've kind of missed the process, but we've blown this glass out into a bubble just by starting with that solid glass on the end and then blowing into the end of the pipe. That air pushed through and created a bubble. A little bit different from earlier where we already started with one of these colored cups on the end of our pipe. And now that we have blown that out, we were able to go in with the jacks, those two metal blades, and kind of cinch down in the center of the bubble. And this is creating sort of a waist or an hourglass shape in this stem. And as you can see, on the end of this stem, we have a much smaller portion of glass. So next, you'll probably see them cutting off a little bit of excess. And then eventually, you'll see that foot be made, which I think is really impressive. So a lot of, if not all of, the tools that we've been using are made out of steel and stainless steel. And surprisingly, I've been told that it's not a great conductor of heat. So the heat will travel maybe like this far down the pipe, and that is the area that we avoid touching. And other than that, everything is perfectly fine. And then we also have a lot of stainless steel tools, of course. We just, same thing, we avoid touching the hot areas of them. Sometimes if we're working with really large amounts of glass, like for example, I've seen them work with 80 pounds of clear glass on the end of a pipe, which was insane. They had a team of 3 people, 3 large men lifting it at all times. It was really impressive. And that one, the heat travels down the pipe a lot more, so they were wearing gloves. Oh gosh, no, way bigger than those even. Yeah, it was crazy. It was so big that I was almost wondering if I could even curl up inside of it. It was huge. It's like this ginormous bell jar. So at the center bench, we've pretty much finished the general shape of the stem. We've flattened the bottom really well because we will soon be heating up this bubble over on the right bench, bringing it over and then literally dropping it onto the bottom of the stem. They're going to hold that stem upright towards the ceiling and then drop that bubble. So first they get that bubble molten hot. And they drop it right onto the bottom of the stem and give it a little puff of air before they cut that bubble completely off of its pipe. So now we have this sealed bubble on the end of our stem. So the next step would be to open that bubble up. So we're going to section a part of it off and then break off that section, which will reveal an opening. And then we can go in and flare that open into a disc. And this is kind of like making a miniature plate, honestly. It's pretty similar. So at the center bench, once again, we broke off that end piece of the bubble. This opened it up at that sort of halfway point. And then we went in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and flared it open from the inside, creating this nice foot, this plate-like shape. And next, we're going to bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear on the end. And this is the same thing we did for the cup or the bowl portion of the goblet earlier. We attached another pipe to the bottom and then broke it off from its original pipe. So we're going to be doing that same process right here, except for the stem. And this is so that we can have access to the top of the stem, where we will then attach the bowl of the goblet, the drinking portion of the goblet. So we've just brought that second pipe over. This is attached as centered as possible. They center it a little bit while it's still hot and moving around. And then all they have to do is break the stem away from the pipe it was created on. So probably just like earlier, they will apply a little bit of pressure and then kind of snap it off. Now from here, we have to bring over a small bit of clear, attach it to the top of the stem. And this fresh bit of clear that they attach to the top is going to act as a glue when we go ahead and attach the drinking portion of our goblet. And I want to mention that this is a very quick process. When they attach the bowl to the top of the stem, it really only takes a few seconds. They want to be fast about it before the glass cools down. So we're going back in with that super hot handheld torch. We're superheating the top of the stem. And then we bring over the bowl of our goblet right away. And then just break away this smaller secondary pipe that we use to bring the bowl over. So now we have all of the components of our goblet assembled. From here, we just have to make sure everything is straight and evened out before we break it off and put it away. So Gabe will sit down. He's using a wooden paddle to make sure that the foot of the goblet is completely flat. And then we can go in and we can even out the stem a little bit if we need to. This is where all the adjusting takes place. So after making sure everything is straight, we apply a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe. This is cracking that connection point that's holding it onto the pipe. And that is it. Let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that goblet. So this has gone inside of the annealer, this large black box. This sits at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. At the end of the day, once we are done using it, we will press a button and it very slowly cools down overnight, so about 12 hours. So we're not going to see that piece again until tomorrow. But we're going to continue to make these goblets. Once again, we're just trying to make as many as we can within this day using the same color scheme. Once again, this is for an upcoming auction that we have once a year called Red Hot. And I'm going to go ask about the bottle. I thought that would be really cool to see the entire theme because the bottles are going to be sold alongside the goblets. So I'll be right back. So we're at the point again where we have the stem and the foot of the goblet created. Pretty soon, Sarah's going to bring over a second pipe with a little bit of clear on the end and attach this right to the center of the bottom of the foot. This is really important because this is going to give us access to the top of the stem where we need to connect the bowl or the drinking portion of our goblet. So that pipe is brought over, once again, just attached right to the center of the bottom. They let this connection set up a little bit before breaking this piece off of its original pipe. And all it takes is a little tap for these really small pieces of glass. Usually for larger pieces, we'll actually apply water to crack the glass before breaking it off. But once again, since these are so small, we just have to tap it. And this next step is going to be really fast. I think that some of you guys were around for the last one, this step, right? Attaching the top. Yeah, so this part is really fast. All we're going to do is heat up the top of the stem until it's molten hot, and then we'll bring over the bowl of the goblet and attach it right to the top. So once again, going in with this super hot handheld torch. Once again, this can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Super hot focused flame. It's going to heat up the very top of the stem. And then immediately bring the bowl of our goblet over on this even smaller pipe. And to break this smaller pipe away, we just give it a light tap. This is attached to the inside of the bowl, by the way. And just like that, all of the pieces of our goblet are assembled. We still have to go through the process of straightening things out, just making sure everything is even before we break it off and put it away. And this personally feels like the longest part of the process, but this is just because it's so nerve-wracking to have all these small components assembled together on the end of the pipe. We have to make sure we don't get it too hot, that they start to move and melt uncontrollably, and not letting it get too cold so that these connections just pop and break apart. It's really a tough balance. But these guys, they have between 20 and 30 years of experience individually, so they are very professional, full-time glass blowers. And just like that, this goblet is done. We apply a little bit of water right to the end of the pipe at that connection point, which is cracking that connection, and then tap it off onto this heated fork. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. This is going in along with all the other goblets we've made so far today inside of the annealer. This sits right around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button, everything inside of there will slowly cool down overnight, so we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. And could I actually have some of the previous year's Red Hot Goblet themes up on the screen? So each year we have a different theme for the goblets and the bottles or decanters. And this year we have this exact theme that you see on the front pedestal right here. But just to show off some of the previous year's themes, we have this little slideshow put together with some really impressive pieces. By the way, this isn't something I've gotten to mention yet today, but I think it's really cool. If any of you guys are local or are going to be in the area this weekend, Saturday we're going to be having the Glass Fest Northwest, and this includes a large art market that's going to be outside with lots of glass. It's free admission to the museum that day, so if you just want to stop by and see some really cool art being made, we're going to have a guest artist in the hot shop, and his name, let me just figure out real quick. But we're going to have a really large day on Saturday. I really recommend stopping by. I'm just going to double check who's here tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have Raven Sky River here. He's going to be here all the way from Friday through Sunday, so he'll be in the hot shop on that Saturday. So we're just getting started on another stem at the center bench. We've blown out a bubble of glass. And just to point out, we actually started with clear glass on the end of this pipe. We dipped the pipe inside of this furnace. This is holding only clear molten glass, kind of like in a giant crucible. And then we actually rolled that clear inside of a dish on the table, and that contains kind of like sand, these little broken up pieces of colored glass, and that will stick to the outside of the clear and create a layer of color on the surface. And this color is going to turn out like the color of all of these stems right here. The only difference is later on we'll be using a torch and applying that flame to the stem, and that's going to bring some of the metals to the surface, kind of creating this metallic sheen that you see on these. So yeah, there's a lot of detail and a lot of thought going into these goblets. And while they're working on the stem at the center bench, over on the right bench, Sarah's starting on a small blue bubble. And this is going to be used as the foot for the goblet. So this bubble will be brought over and literally dropped onto the end of the stem. You'll see them hold the stem upright towards the ceiling. And that's going to eventually create the foot. And one more final touch on the stem is they completely flatten the very end of it where we're going to be attaching the foot. And this just creates a really good pad or kind of landing spot for the foot to be attached to. And I just want to mention real quick, just in case any of you guys didn't know, if you have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand to grab my attention and I can answer any questions you have. So now we've just brought that bubble over to the center bench. This is going to be heated up until it is very soft and then literally dropped onto the end of the stem as I was previously describing. And as this is attached to the end of the stem, they'll give it a little puff of air and they'll cut that bubble off. So now we have this completely sealed bubble on the end of our stem. So our next step is going to be going in and opening that up so that we're able to flare it open into a disc. So this is a blown foot. It is blown into a bubble and then opened up. And to open this up, we section the bubble off without cinching all the way down so air can still pass in between those two sections. And then when we break the end section off, this leaves a small hole or opening into the remaining section. So from here, we would heat that entire rest of the bubble left, and we would go inside of the bubble with a metal tool and flare it open. And honestly, this is very similar to making a plate. We would do some pretty similar steps as to making this foot. So now we're going inside of this bubble with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're actually flaring downward, kind of pushing this bubble open from the bottom. And this has already flared it out into kind of a bowl shape. So this will usually take multiple heats going back and forth to the bench. Just because this glass is so thin, it's going to cool down very quickly and heat up very quickly as well. So we've just completely flared this bubble open into a disc. We're sandwiching it between a wooden paddle and these two metal blades, the jacks, once again. Just completely flattening and smoothing this out. And that was the creation of the stem and the foot. So next we're going to get ready to attach another pipe to the bottom of the foot that we just created. We'll break the stem off of this pipe that it's on right now. And then we'll be able to attach the bowl of our goblet, which we created earlier. So once again, we're just bringing over this secondary pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. This is attached right to the center of the bottom of the foot. And as soon as that connection is stable, they go ahead and break the stem away. And for those who just joined, you'll be able to see in just a moment here, but we're actually making these goblets that you can see on both of the front pedestals. And we're already done with making the stem and the foot. Earlier on in the day, we created multiple of these bowls, these drinking portions of the goblets. We have them set aside. We're just pulling them out one by one to attach to the top of these stems. So we're working on these goblets, as many as we can today, for an upcoming auction that we have once a year in the fall called Red Hot. We'll make some bottles or decanters along with these goblets. So this is this year's theme, are these bottles and goblets that you see on the front pedestal now. So after a quick readjustment, we're going in with this super hot handheld torch, and we are heating up just the very, very top of the stem. And this is really hot. It's going to heat up the glass until it's basically molten, you can see already. And then immediately attach the bowl right on top of the stem while that connection is still really hot. And then we simply break away this pipe that we used to carry the bowl over. And now all of the pieces of our goblet have been assembled. From here, they still have a couple of steps. They're just going to make sure everything is straightened and evened out before they break it off and put it away. And using this torch, we're actually heating up the stem for the most part. I think that I described this to you earlier. When we're using this torch on this specific color in the stem, it's going to pull the metals to the surface of the glass and create a little bit of a metallic sheen on the stem specifically. And some of them it's a little bit more obvious than others. I think in the ones where the color's like a little more concentrated. And now to break this piece off, we just apply a little bit of water all the way on the end of the pipe, right in that connection point, cracking that connection. And then we tap the pipe onto this heated fork. And that piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for completing that goblet. And once again, this is going inside of the annealer, which sits right at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be held at that temperature until we're ready to cool everything down inside of it all at once. And then we just press a button. And I want to mention again that goblets are the most technically challenging thing to make out of glass, which I'm sure that was already impressive enough. But all of these small pieces of glass coming together, all these small components, because they're thin, if you heat them up too much, you lose the shape. If you heat them up too little and they get too cold, they can just completely break apart, break off of each other. And so it's really hard to keep everything balanced and straightened out. It's just, once again, just a very technically challenging thing to make. But these guys have been blowing glass full-time professionally for about 20 to 30 years. They have a lot of experience. And next we're going to actually start making some of the bowls for these goblets. So far we've been making a lot of stems and assembling them all together, but now we're actually going to see them make a bowl. And this is actually all starting with a piece of glass just like this. This little cup here is attached to the end of a hollow pipe. And this will create a bubble of color, basically. These were all made on a previous date. They did a little bit of prep work just to make it a faster process when they actually did start making these. So we've just gathered a large amount of clear on the end of a blowpipe or a hollow pipe. And we're specifically going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're opening up the glass on the very end of the pipe. So when we blow into the end of the pipe, that air passes all the way through and escapes through the end of that glass. So that way when we do attach this cup over top, we'll be able to blow into that cup, basically creating a bubble of colored glass once again. I know it's a little bit of a complex process, but goblet making itself is very complex. So right after heating that glass up, we're rolling it on the metal table called the marber. And when we're focusing on the tip of the glass, kind of like Gabe was just a second ago, this was pushing together a small hole or opening we had in the end, just completely closing that glass off on the end, creating a single bubble. And then when we roll it on the sides, this is partially cooling that glass down, but it's mostly just creating a completely smooth surface, making sure that everything will blow out and be created evenly. And we will actually be breaking off the very end of this bubble. So going in with a pair of diamond shears like we are right now, we'll actually cut some excess glass off. And this was all just a little bit of glass that was too thick, and it was kind of exposing some clear on the inside of the piece. It's just imperfect, so they cut it off. And to create the shape for the bowl of our goblet, we're going in with a pair of jacks. Once again, these two metal blades. And we're just staying on the very side of the bubble, almost completely parallel with the floor, for example. And this is making sure that the bubble is conforming to the shape of the blades. It's kind of pushing it into that really nice cylindrical shape. And we can actually hold the blades at different angles, so we can get shapes that are kind of like a cone instead, for example. And whenever you see the artist hanging the glass down towards the floor or swinging the glass around, this is using gravity or centrifugal force, that outward pulling force from spinning, to stretch the glass out. So we're just creating a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. All of these pieces are turning out relatively the same size. You can see Gabe going in with these measuring tools every now and then, just kind of double checking. But all of them are going to be a little bit different from each other, just like the ones you see on the pedestal, because they are handmade, but that's what makes them unique. At the center bench, we've just brought over a single small bit of clear glass and attached it right to the end of the bubble. It's really hard to describe this shape, but good thing I have these perfect examples out. So we're creating something called the avolio, which is this connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. It's a really, really thin connection point. And up on the screen, there's a diagram of the entire goblet. This is just one of many shapes that you'll see, but I always love to use this diagram to point out the evolio. This is what the shape would look like when it's not attached to the goblet itself. Thank you. And just to mention for anyone that's recently joined, right now we're working on some goblets, which you can see on both of our front pedestals. These are for an upcoming auction that we have once a year in the fall called Red Hot here at the museum. And this is our year's theme for the goblets and bottles / decanters. So each year we go with a completely different theme. And I actually want to show off some of those previous year's themes just to give you guys an idea of how much of a change there can be from year to year. So up on the screen, there's going to be a short slideshow showing off some of the previous year's goblets and decanters. I think that one was very recent. So we're at the point where we've finished the overall shape for the bowl of our goblet, once again the drinking portion. So we're getting ready to break this off of the pipe and set it aside to stay warm. We're setting aside all of the drinking portions inside of this big box right here called the garage. It's just going to keep everything inside of it nice and warm, right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, we will create the stem and the foot, and then we'll be able to just pull this back out and attach it right to the top. So this is broken off onto a heated fork and then carried over. And they just make sure to set it upright inside of that box. So for anyone that's recently joined, we're just continuing to make the bowl portion of our goblets, which is once again these drinking portions. We're trying to make multiple of them, and then we'll set them all aside inside of the garage. So that way when we start making the stems, we could just make the stems over and over again and connect the bowls over and over again. It really gives us a nice flow making sure that we're not really breaking apart our processes. And on top of that, say we're making the stem later on and we go to connect the bowl and it's just a little bit too cold or something and it just breaks off, then all we have to do is bring out another bowl and then retry, basically. So it's really nice to have multiple of these bowls set aside and ready for us to use. And I was just talking to someone in the front a moment ago about how we were kind of starting this process. Some of you guys started in or came in a little bit late, but we have these little cups of colored glass that we're attaching to the end of a hollow pipe, and that's going to basically create a bubble of color on the end of our pipe by attaching this round bottom cup. And we created these by basically creating a giant tube of colored glass and then sectioning that tube off into those individual cups. So now that makes sure that all of them are pretty much the same color because they're all coming from that same tube. So we've just blown this bubble out enough that we're already ready to attach the avolio to the bottom of it, which once again, the avolio is this connection point, this really nice thin connection point in between the stem and the bowl of the goblet. And so to create the avolio, we will bring over 2 small bits of clear glass. And for the few that have recently joined here and there, I just want to point out once again that the exact goblets that we're working on making right now are on these 2 front pedestals. And just to point out as well, this bottle that we have with some of the goblets, that is a bottle that we've been making a lot of lately, both for the same reason. The goblets and the bottles are being made for an upcoming auction called Red Hot that we have once a year in the fall. And this is our theme for the auctions, goblets, and bottles. So we're recreating a lot of these pieces. And I was just talking about this little bit of glass that we have on the very end of the bubble. This is the avolio, this little connection point here. And now that we have that done, we're going to be attaching another pipe just to the very end of this little bit of glass. So Ben is bringing over that second pipe. This is attached right to the center of the bottom of the avolio. And this is going to allow us to completely break this piece off of its original pipe, basically giving us access to the other side of the piece. So just like that, we have flipped the orientation of the glass, and now we can start to open this up. So to open this cup up to its full size, we went inside of the piece with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and just flared it open. And this is pretty much the final shape for the bowl of the goblet. It's again the drinking portion. We'll set it aside inside of this large silver box to stay warm while we create the stem and the foot later on. And to break this off of the pipe properly, we're going in with a really hot focused flame. We're heating up just the end of the pipe right where it's connected to the piece itself. And then we'll go in and we'll physically cut that connection with a pair of shears to weaken it before we break it off. And for those who just joined in, just want to point out once again that we're making these goblets that you see on the front pedestal right here. And these are all being made for an upcoming auction that we have once in the fall, or once a year in the fall, I should say. And that's called Red Hot. It's held here at the museum. So we're just breaking this piece off. This is the drinking portion of the goblet. And then later on, we will create the stem and the foot, and then bring this cup back out and attach the two together to complete the piece. So we'll create the goblet in two main sections. But there are so many small components coming together. That's why goblets are so tricky to make. They're the most technically challenging thing you can make out of glass. So that is actually the glass. The best way I could describe this is the colored glass that they're using on the surface. And surface is really important. It's not buried underneath any clear glass. The color is on the surface, and they will torch it with a flame of some kind, and this will bring the metals to the surface of the colored glass, and that's why it has this sort of metallic appearance. I can't remember which exact metals do that. There's multiple that do that. One common one is silver that we'll use within the glass to create almost a fumed effect. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's the good thing about going to the auction is you can use them and you can buy them and then take them home and have that good memory of using them at the auction. So we're just working on another bowl. Once again, this drinking portion of the goblet. We'll usually make multiple of these in a row, maybe about 4 or 5, and then we'll set them all aside. And then we start making the stems over and over and attaching the bowls over and over again. And I think that this is our 4th one. I haven't been keeping exact track, but it's definitely at least our 4th. So we have quite a bit stashed up inside of the garage, which is where we've been putting all of them, just staying nice and warm around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I want to point out that we actually have TV screens in the Grand Hall that you can check in and see what we're doing in here, by the way, if you're ever curious. And we are also live streaming this on YouTube constantly. So even if you're like across the world, you could just go on YouTube and be like, what are they making in the hot shop today? Also, for those who recently joined, I just wanted to point out once again that we are working on these goblets on the front pedestal here. And these are being made for an upcoming auction we have once a year in the fall called Red Hot. We're just making as many of these as we can within the day today. We're just making the bowl of the goblet at the moment, which is a drinking portion. And then we will start making the stems and the foot of the goblet and assemble everything together. So this is a lot of small pieces of glass coming together to create one piece. And because of that, goblets are really technically challenging to make. But these guys have 20 to 30 years of glass blowing experience individually, so they are very professional glass artists. So they make it look easy. That was the point of me mentioning that. They're all just kind of casually walking around. They don't even have to say anything to each other. And they kind of know what they need to do already. And just to kind of walk you guys through the hot shop a little bit, this is our glass furnace that Gabe is dipping into right now. It has a giant ceramic crucible inside of it filled with a pool of molten glass. And this is all just clear glass only. So to get our color, we're rolling into this dish. And this dish has little shards of colored glass inside of it that will create kind of this amber color right here. So we're moving on to the stem now. Now we'll roll into this dish multiple times to get a pretty decent thick layer of color on the outside of the glass, which, by the way, I want to point out, once again, for those who just joined, we're working on the stem right now. So to get the color for the stem, we're rolling into this dish that has this sort of amber color. And later on, we will be using a torch and applying that flame to the stem. And this is going to bring the metals to the surface of that colored glass, which is why some of these stems are very metallic. Like this one is probably the most metallic one right here. So this is a really good example as to how that flame reacts with the glass, brings the metals to the surface. And this stem is actually hollow. It is blown. So Gabe has just blown into the end of the pipe. That air passed through and expanded the glass like a balloon. And by the way, if you guys have any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. It could be questions about pretty much anything. And just very briefly, we blew the bubble into a mold on the floor. This mold has ridges inside of it going from the top all the way to the bottom. So now we have these ridges on the surface of the glass, these physical ridges. And to even further complicate this design, we have twisted the ridges by holding on to the end of the bubble and turning the pipe. If you guys ever want a closer look at these, you're welcome to come down to the front row and look at them as well. We went in with the jacks, those two metal blades, kind of squeezing in the center of the bubble. This just creates kind of an hourglass shape or a waist in the glass. And then we go in and we cut off the end of the bubble, just getting us closer and closer to the exact shape for our stem. And from there, we flatten the bottom of the stem. This is where we're going to be attaching the foot for our goblet. And just to point out, the foot of the goblet is actually blown as well, just like the bowl portion of our goblet. It's made out of the same color of glass too. And Sarah's already getting that started over on the right bench. But we basically started with something like this, and we attached it to the end of a hollow pipe, and that created a color bubble of glass on the end of our pipe without us even having to get any color, if that makes sense. So now all we have to do is blow that out, and then we'll bring it over, and we'll literally drop it onto the end of the stem. We'll hold the stem upright towards the ceiling, and then drop that molten bubble of color. I'll be able to further explain it from here. It's really hard to verbally explain, but when you visually see it, it'll kind of make sense. So we've just brought over that bubble of blue glass to the center bench, and we're going to heat this up inside the furnace. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, we're going to literally bring this stem up, face it towards the ceiling, and then we're going to drop that bubble on top. And as this is dropped, Sarah's going to give it a little puff of air into the end of that pipe, and then Gabe will cut that bubble off using a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. So now we have a completely sealed bubble on the end of our stem, and it might be a little bit confusing, like where's this gonna go? But next we're going to open the end of this bubble up, and this will create a hole, of course, for us to continue to flare the entire bubble open and out, kind of like a plate. So first we section that glass off. We break the end off of that bubble, and this leaves us with a small opening. You can kind of see it on the screen. And after heating this up one more time, we go inside of this bubble with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and start to slowly flare this open. And you could see how quickly this glass cools down. Right as soon as they came out of the furnace, it was glowing orange hot, and just now that glass had almost completely turned blue already. And once again, this is just because the glass is so thin. It's going to heat up very quickly, but also cool down very quickly. So we're very back and forth into the furnace, back to the bench over and over again. And to finish flaring this open, This will be sandwiched in between the two metal blades and a wooden paddle on the bottom, just making sure the bottom is completely flat and smooth. So now that we have created the foot, we're going to get ready to attach another pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot and then break the stem off from the pipe that it's on right now. This will kind of flip the orientation of the piece, so we'll have access to the top of the stem, and then we bring over the bowl that we made earlier, which is sitting inside of the garage right now, just staying warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So just now we've attached that second pipe right to the bottom of the piece. Then we apply a little bit of pressure to that breaking point, tap the pipe, and that piece breaks right off. So we're getting really close to finishing this goblet because once again, we've already created the foot and the stem, which we have right now. And we have already created the bowl, which is the drinking portion, sitting inside of there. Ben is getting it ready right at this moment. So Gabe is going in with this smaller handheld torch and heating up just the very, very top of the stem, right where we're going to attach the bowl. And I just want to point out this torch is super hot. This is going to melt the top of the stem. You can see how hot it is right now. And because that glass is melted at this point, this is going to act as a glue and hold the cup right to the top. And then we simply break away this smaller pipe right here, and we are left with all of our pieces of glass assembled together. And right now, Gabe is making sure everything is straightened and evened out before going in with this large fluffy flame. And this is what is going to bring the metals to the surface of the glass in the stem. That's what's going to create a sort of metallic color in the stem. You can see it changing already. And then to finally break this piece completely off of the pipe, we apply a little bit of water right to that connection point and then tap the pipe. And that piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Now this large black box, some people think that this is like a cooler, but this is actually going to keep all the glass inside of there warm at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. And then at the end of the day, we press a button and everything slowly cools down. It's a pretty long process. The shortest that you want to go is maybe about 12 hours. So we won't see these pieces until tomorrow after those 12 hours. And does anyone have any questions so far? All right. Yeah, we're just going to continue to make as many of these goblets as possible.